Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Hi. My name is Harrier Citadel, Avian Alien Sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and here at last for Thursday, and the beginnings of the final stretch of the cheeky rig. I am very excited that we are getting to the point where it is so close to release. I have no idea when Cheeky is planning on debuting this thing, but I will let you guys know as soon as I do. Because, the excitement is real. I managed to get a good rest in earlier this day, so I am feeling refreshed and ready to tackle the challenges that lie ahead. We are going to be working on the stance for the sword and getting the scabbard in the right place and getting the sword functional in all of its appropriate positions. So it's going to be an interesting thing to see how far we get today. All of that is going to follow after finishing just getting the last little bits of the dangles that need to still happen on the waist details in place so that that is out of the way, because the belt positions are in fact a how can I phrase this, prerequisite for the remaining bits that need to happen. So we will be looking at that as a matter of first steps to just warm us up and get us ready for it, and then we will dive into the scabbard madness and the sword and the posturing and all of that madness. So yes, fun times ahead. Let me just move my camera across to its alternative position over yonder. I really need to see what's going to be the best position for this. It's going to be like that. Yeah. Tighten that up, like so. Like that should do the trick. Yes, that looks like it'll do the trick. Okay. And with that, let us head right into it. I should close, or at least minimize, Clip Studio. There we go. And I want to be placed over there. There we go. A little bit of lag to start the day. It's fine. Let me just switch the light on. There we go. That should do the trick to get us going. Okay, so, I was quickly finishing meshing out the last two gems for the dangles. Which are basically going to share the exact same mesh, just flipped over. So I'm going to then grab that, copy, paste, paste, paste. Oi. We've got an error. Get rid of that. Paste. There we go. Alright, then for the green one, we're gonna grab you, and you. Clear it. Paste it. Put vertically. Really? Let's just position this manually then. Okay. That'll do the trick there. What I do want to do is on this one, dial that down to like T. Just because on the yellow green it's a bit too bright to see what the symbol looks like otherwise. Okay, now we come back to this, copy the perspective, paste the perspective, grab that, put that in there, grab you guys and you, drop you into the perspective thing. Okay. Now here, that belongs over here like so. Like that. And like that. And this gets reflected because it's the wrong way around. Okay, or is it? Let me undo that because I don't trust that I got that right. Okay. We're good there. Now I need to see this goes onto change. I want to put this on turtle fizz Y. Eight. Okay. Same over here. This one goes onto turtle $11. Come on. Wait. Let me just, thank you, change to turtle 11. Okay. And I want to just see how those two behave. Pretty predictably. Okay. A little bit too uniformly, maybe. Wait, where did this one ended up going to? Hold up. Where did you go? Okay. Change. Turtle 11x. Why are you not showing though? Very strange. Very, very strange. Okay, that's that one. Then here. Something like that. And let's go edit form, edit parameter, motion mirroring on this one as well, like that. Okay, put you more that way. There we go. Let's just see. Okay, that works for that one. Let's do the same over here. Where's this one? Like that. Okay. At that point I can collapse the both of these. I think they are pretty much there. Now I need to quickly mesh out our belts proper. So we're going to start with this. And let's start with a width of 40, 30, 30. And 25. 25 is a better one. There we go. That works out pretty well. Confirm. Let's just smidge that one that way and get rid of that one because we don't need it. And smidge that one that way. Good. That's that belt. We're good to go. Let's go belt 4x, create, and in that let's also drop belt buckles 1, 2, and 3. Collapse that. Drop that into body Y. Grab belt buckles 1, 2, 3. And pull that all the way up into belt 4. There we go. Come to this, body X, 1, 2, 3. Okay. There, that was pretty spot on. Wow, okay. Unexpected, but I'll take it. Okay, I'll take it. But what I do need to do is I need to put this on like 35. No, that doesn't need to be 35. The other one needs to be 35. That can be like 20. It doesn't need to be 20. It can be like 12. That should be good enough. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this slot over here, and I'm just going to compress it this way. Here we go. And grab this slot and expand it to close the gap. Okay, now over here, what we're going to do is we're going to add a little bit of curvature, like that, and bring this corner in and down. Now this is just a little bit too much curvature now, because this needs to be basically there in contact. Okay. This needs to hug a little bit more on that side. And this needs to be completely reselected. And just cinch down a little bit to there. Spread out just a smidge, just like that. There we go. Now what I need to do is just adjust the spacing a little bit. Just to not get such an obvious corner. Over here, there we go. Alright, so that's that rotation working. Now the opposite side. Move like so, thank you. That'll do the trick there. All right. Now on this side, we're gonna grab this and gradually compress this down. That. Okay. So that is now more or less doing what we want. However, here, this is being stretched out in a way I don't like. Or is it being stretched, or is it being... Okay, that'll do. Okay, that will do the trick. Do I want to put this one in the same deformer? Maybe. Let's try it. Right, let's try that. Okay, there we go. We've almost got it. Okay. That belt is looking appropriate. I think. Just about. It's just nudge this ever so slightly more like that. Okay. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. So I'm happy with that point. Now what we need to do is we need to grab these and see where they're currently nested. They are presently not. This perspective is connected to which object? No object visibly. Okay. So you, on body X, are going to come this way. And you gonna do that. Not quite so much. Ooh, I see an error over here that I need to repair. Okay. Noted. So, where is this thing glitching? Here. Okay. That's those. Let's just check. Hmm. What's this one's perspective linked to? Y. This one's perspective is linked to X. Let's move this one to Y as well. Yeah. I'm happy with those wobbles. There we go. Happiness is. And with that, I think we are ready for our first hydrate of the day. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Okay. Now, the next thing that we need to handle is going to be this belt and the position of our scabbard. And I think I'm going to start with our scabbard. So, let me take sheath mask, scabbard front, scabbard back, scabbard inks back, create a warp deformer, call this one. Oh, come on, Eddie, hit the save button. Okay, fine, fine. This is going to be scabbard. Perspective. Create. Alright. And what we're going to do is we're going to just make it tight. Okay. We want as few things on this as possible, like so. And we're going to put that inside scabbard X. Create. Which we're also going to tighten up accordingly. Alright, and then let's link that up onto the body eggs. Okay. Let's clear that. Use that as our first starting point. Over here. That's going to be a little bit further forward. There. It's going to be significantly back. Okay. Let's just ignore the fact that the blade is currently poking through the mask for a bit. Let me just hide it so that we don't get lost. And let me do the same with the hilt, pommel, and knuckle guard for a moment. While we just get our scabbard in place. I think we clear all of those keys again. More vertical. Something along those lines ought to do the trick. There we go. Now we put that here. And we check. Like so. That works. Before I do anything else, I want to check stance. Yeah, also. This also needs to fall under there, so that when that happens, that behaves thusly. Okay. And then do those also then adjust? Yes, they do. Great. That was an important thing to establish. Okay. Progress. Now, scabbard goes into body Y. But it does not go into the cutlass stance. Scabbard stance. Create. Because this is going to not only move out a little bit, but as the blade gets drawn, no, this mustn't be a warp deformer, this must be a rotation deformer. And I want that centered here, because that is where the primary belt holding this onto the belt actually is going to connect. So here, that will come out a little bit, and up a little bit. Over here, that will probably tilt Alright, roughly guesstimating how that is going to behave when the blade comes out. What I do want to do is I want to grab hilt, pommel, and blade, and just align them. Like that. Grab those three. Put those in a rotation deformer, call it cutlass rotation, yes. Place that there. Make this -90. Really? Okay. Posture template shown. Let's put this in place here. Slide that in there. Okay. Now, as we go through the motions, place one here. Now this is where the point gets flipped out. So let's correct accordingly. here I think I need to squish the perspective. Let's take that down to 15. Yeah, that one. All right. Now what I want to do is I want to put this into a perspective. Create. Okay. Yeah, I think this actually needs to come out of the way. Because the constraint is the length of the arm. Alright, that'll work. We're on the right track. We're on the right track. Okay. We're on the right track. Like that for a moment. I want to edit this from maximum 50 to maximum 100. Okay. Select everything. Adjust. What was 50 becomes 100. What was 35 becomes 70. What was 30 becomes 60. What was 25 becomes 50. What was 20 becomes 40. What was 15 becomes 30. What was 8 becomes 16. Okay. Now the reason why I did that was to give Live2D more frames to actually work with. So that when we actually apply this in practice, when we do our VTube Studio setup, that we can give it enough time for this one to toggle on. Without being weird. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to, after I've got the thing drawn, I'm going to make a duplicate with a visibility toggle that's going to be attached to this as well. So that the sword in the sheath that goes with the perspective behaves independently of the one in the hand that's going to have a different perspective. So when we are in our drawn stance, there will actually be a second sword still in the sheath that will be hidden, and when we are sheathed, the hand parts and the cutlass arm are going to all be hidden. Okay. So now let's see what's happening with this scabbard mask. Methinks, first things first, let me put that corner there. And that already solves many an issue. Okay. Now, let's look at this lot. Actually, I want to grab all three of those. Edit them together. Okay. Confirm. Here we go. Okay, that behaves itself a little bit better. Thankfully. Okay, click off of that. I just want to check behavior again. Okay, I'm gonna leave that there for now because it's mostly functional, but the rest we're gonna need to figure out when we have the arm moving alongside of it, because the arm, like I said previously, and the range of motion of the arm is going to be a deciding factor in the exact placement that we're going to need everything to be in for this to make sense and work. But so far, I am pretty happy with how that's behaving. So far, so good. So, yay, victory! Number 1. Cool. The next thing that I want to do, though, is I want to grab that. And I want to grab scabbard front and that belt. I want to come over here. Okay. Cancel. I know what I want to do. Grab the belt. Grab those. Copy. And grab scabbard front. No. Scabbard fall back. Grab here. Paste. Like so. Okay. Now grab you and you. Bind. No. Yes. I want to grab that first. then that. No. Lock, lock. Grab you. Then you. Try this again. Lock. Grab you. Then you. Good. Here. Bind. Here. Bind. Here. Bind. Here. Bind. Grab you guys. Put you over there. Okay? Like that. And like that. Okay. So that is gonna be there. Now, this belt, we're now going to go create a rotation deformer, and this is going to be belt 2 rotation. Create. It exists at the top of the belt. Like so. It gets placed here. Like that. Collapse those. Collapse that. Collapse that. Hide, hide. Hide. Cancel. This goes in here. Like that. And like that. And in here. Let me clear those. I do not want those there yet. Let me first do the draw. Here. And like so. Copy. Paste. me just do this for the sake of my own sanity. 0. All right. That's something. But I think it is time for another hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take a sip. I did not hydrate enough today. I'm already halfway down my bottle and we're only 2 hydrates in. Okay. It's fine. We survive. Okay. So that is on the stance. Let's add another one, and this is going to be belt to X. Create. Here it because it was on the wrong parameter. Here. Methinks what I need to do is come over here and drastically simplify. think that will do the trick. That will work. Okay. You know what? I forgot to do a thing, but it's fine. Inside all of that, I'm going to add X. Joshua, hello, hello. Welcome in. I fear I am here. Licking. Welcome in, Joshua. What flavor is it? As the resident licker. I fear the answer already. You know what? I need to reverse this. It tastes like Coke brand drinking Coke. Ah, I see, I see, I see. Way to assume the worst for me. No, I didn't mean it that way, but like... I'm always well behaved and never up to no good. Had to think hard about those double negatives for a second because English was not Englishing very Englishly in my head. But hi! Wacha! Surprise flower assault! Ah! Flowers! Thank you! Hatsi! Nah, but in all seriousness, how are you doing, Joshua? This one. Yet. Victory is mine. Yeah, you got the sneeze. You got the sneeze. I'm tired, but here and fine. No longer sick, so that's a plus. Ooh, yay, that is definitely a plus. Being sick sucks. So now we check. I'm not gonna have that on number 1. I want to put this on like number... Let's put this on something like number 10. Let's see how this happens. Okay, it's good, but now it's just wobbling too much, so I'm just going to adjust our angles down. Now let's see. That looks decent. Okay, maybe 10 is still too low. Down to the group, let's split the difference and pull that up to 5. I can roll with that. I can roll with that. That looks decent, I think. I think that looks decent. Woohoo! Nice. Yoo! Okay. Slowly but certainly, we're making really, really good progress already this day. Okay. So now what I need to do is I need to go and find my arm deformers. So, arm out. On the cutlass drawn thing over here. And what I need to do is I need to show those again. Alright, so what we're going to deal with first is our cutlass rotation. Everything here needs to bump up a little bit, because we can't start drawing the weapon until the hand has gotten to where the weapon is. So, first things first, grab that. Arm out. Pull that in a little bit first. Okay, then it's going to grab. Where's going to be the next peak of movement? It feels like here. So then at that point, and then we need to find and settle into our actual posture, which is going to sit something like that. Okay, now all of that is working under a very, very, very bold, broad assumption that we are going to have all of this and that. In a lean and twist deformer. So let's go let's call this lean. Create. hide the posture template for a moment so that I can think a little bit more clearly. I'm not going to try and make that act independently. I'm going to call this fabulously. Okay. Use this to do some basic posture adjustments. If only I cannot accidentally grab stuff in the head of all this. Let's see what this actually looks like, because I've got no idea what I'm seeing anymore. That away. We've definitely got a weight shift. But not necessarily behaving in a way I can say I'm comfortable with. So let's just grab everything that was in it and take it out. Where did it go? Looks like I am going to need to manipulate the parts independently of one another for this to work. So, this one is going to go away. But I'm going to do it this way because I don't trust myself to have not accidentally broken something. Let's see. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Things being broken in a VTuber stream? Say it ain't so. Sorry. But Toaster, thank you so much for the save. Welcome in, welcome in. How goes? I will hit the save button as soon as I have remedied my mistake. It goes well. Fantastic. That is good news. We have been making good progress so far with getting the sword draw to start to come together. There we go. And now I can save. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Save on. Alright, so what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to actually add a parameter to each of my torso objects to get this upper body twist that I want. But it's going to need to be sort of independent of a bunch of other stuff, because otherwise what's going to end up happening is that I will have issues getting things to line up the way I want them to, which I obviously do not want issues with things lining up. So where I'm at the moment is we've got something like that. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to grab all of these and I want to put them in a rotation deformer, and I want to call this low arm rotation. Create. And I want to find the elbow. That's basically what I'm looking for. hide that. And hide. Where's the up arm? Okay. Put that over there. Rotate that down. Okay. And let's put 2 keys in here. Over here, what I want to do is move this like that. Like that. 5 crunches. Okay. We can do the 5 crunches. But I'm definitely going to need to come up with a better way of getting that to work because draw order, my old nemesis. That's fine, we'll figure it out, 5 crunches. 5 crunches, let's go. Yeah. And let's do the crunchy. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. We did him. Oh, thank you, real people. Greatly appreciated for getting some exercise in. How are you doing? Greatly appreciated. Also, I think it's time for another hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. You know what? I think my issue with draw order on these sleeves and hand parts in general, in this case, I'm going to resolve by having another secret duplicate. First, I want to move this because I don't like it. There it is. Let's try that over there. And what I'm going to do is just get rid of that. Let's just show there. It should not be an issue. There we go. And this is all going to need to also go into a low perspective. Create. Which does not need that many. Like that. Alright, now what I want to do is I want to grab the lower arm stuff again. And what I want to do is I want to create a copy paste. Alright, and these I want to put on a draw order of 5. Okay. So that will be in front the whole way through. This looks wrong at the moment, but it will get better. It will get better. Okay. One step at a time. Okay, and this is going to be, and this, create, then on 1 we want another key form. Come on, guys. There we go. And there we want that to be on 0. And there we want that to be on 0. Because we don't want that hand visible basically at all. For the entire duration of that animation. Okay, now let me find where these belong further down the route. "16 stream streak!" Yes, indeed. Thank you so much for that huge ongoing support. It's amazing. Like, legitimately amazing. Which arm is this? Correct one. Okay. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to grab that and copy it, paste it, put these on 500. Come over here. Grab all of that. Be gone with it. Like that. Okay. Yeah, I want that to come from lower down. There we go. And dial that back to 100%. Okay. Just so that I've got a visual distinction between the two layers. Grab those. And bind. Okay. Make them very red. There we go. And over here, grab that and that. And bind. Okay. So that should work on that the same way. Now what I want to do is I want to grab that and that. And put those together. Well, I hope that what I'm planning will work. If not, do I need the glue? I don't think I do, actually, now that I think about it. Not here. Let's grab those. Oh no, what I want is I want to grab the sleeve back. And I want to go Cutlass stance. Create. Okay, that's too many. That should do the trick there. Okay. Yeah, what I now need to do. Okay, this is not gonna do what I wanted to do, I think. Not reliably anyway. Hmm. Let's try this again. With all of the layers together the first time. At what point did I manage to break the alignment? Or was it always broken? I think it was always broken. Yeah. Redo, 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 redo. 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 Oh, a puppy. Oh, careful, honey. He has a knife. I don't have a knife. I don't have a knife. What? Oh dear. Who was so brazen as to let the poor world know the puppy had a knife? He was clearly going to go cut cake. Because puppies are born good boys. Surely a puppy wouldn't cause any stabby stab. Of course not. What cause has a puppy for a stabby stab? Okay, now what I want to do is I want to grab all of this, put it into a stance, create, there we go. And we said this is going to be 40 and 10 and 4. That should do it. Still got to do corrections on the starboard side of this, the port side of this, but we'll get there. Our first port of call is getting this shaped nice. We're getting there. That's something. We're getting there. Almost. Copy and paste. It would help. Copy and paste if I didn't have a single vertex selected. Here we go. We're starting to get there. We're starting to get there. Okay. Starting to get there. Right, and then I think now is a good time to hit the save button before I accidentally destroy things. So I've got a safe spot to come back to. And I think it's also time for a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. There we go. Right, now here what I want to do, for the sake of visible sanity, so I want to grab these, and I just want to shrink them down. Okay, so now that ink should not show through there. How's that behaving? And this needs a point over here. Wait, all of this. It's scrunched up here. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. Now what I want to do is I want to grab these two. Actually, frustrating. Okay. Grab both. Bind. I do not know if that grabbed both of them. No. Right, let's see over here. No. Slowly but certainly we're getting this right. We don't need that one. This is a lot of glue. But what I do need to grab both of those. Just make sure that it is all in fact connected. That it is in fact all red. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. I want to check something. I really hope that this is going to work. I really hope this is going to work. I'll come back to the arm because it needs help in spades. The lower arm needs help in spades, but I am not there yet. First, let me get the torso functional, I think. don't think this is in the right place, because I do not think this is in the right place. Let's pull this out one layer. It's gonna look like I broke it. That information. All right. Oh, come on. That. Now, parameter, motion mirroring. Okay. Looks like we're okay. What did I break here? No? Okay, so this upper arm madness. Wait. Should only be visible. On the cutlass drawn. Yeah. So many pieces all in the same place. Okay. You guys also? Here. Only visible on the drawer. But not under normal circumstances. Okay. Okay. Save button. Save button sounds like a good idea. And you know what else sounds like a really good idea? Coffee. Coffee sounds like a really, really good idea. I'm going to go acquire some as well as a top up on my water because I have never seen 700 milliliters go by so fast in a single stream. So I just want to see that saved safely without anything crashing. And then I'm going to get on. Alright. But we are slowly crunching through the madness that is getting these arms to do the thing that we need them to do. So, it's a lot of heavy brain work, but it's going to be so rewarding at the end to have this not just be a boring, now you see me, now you don't sort of a toggle, but actually have the sword being drawn. I think it's cool. Cheeky didn't ask for it, but she's getting it anyway. Because I can. So, if we're gonna make a toggle, we may as well make it a little cool, right? Right? I think so. Like, there are some things that a straight visibility toggle can just be like, okay, hide one object, show the other, and then it switches on and off in a split second. But I feel like this calls for a little bit of showing off. I mean, it's not every day you're going to draw your sword, but when you do, it is a little bit extra and a little bit epic when it actually comes out of the sheet. So, yeah. What I do want to do is I want to just go into the physics over here, and let me just go here, Sure. There we go. Playlist. There we go. Refer this file. Load. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. I didn't actually mean to drag that, but for some obscure reason, my mouse decided that that is... Do I actually need the shoulder twister? Now that I'm looking at it. With appropriate positioning of the arm, I'm not going to need the shoulder twist. Which would actually put her head even lower down, which depending on the use case might not necessarily be a good thing. I'm going to ignore the shoulder twist. I'm going to ignore the shoulder twist because that is going to actually... Now that I think about it, again, and this is why you think about it again. I kind of like how it's an accidental thing, but it works that way. That there's a little bit of hair shine that pokes right through here, and it actually looks like there's a little bit of dodge coming off of these belts on the backlight. It's not actually a glowy, but it looks like one, and I like that very, very much. I like it very, 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 very much. Okay. Cool. I'm just going to quickly go make coffee. I will be back momentarily. See you now. Right, I am back. I'm back with quiet coffee, and we are ready to resume the grind on getting this arm and sword roll functional. Whew. Coffee. And here we go. Session, well done on the 10 stream streak. Woohoo! You never get rid of me? I wouldn't want to at this point. I can hardly imagine a reason to get rid of you at this point. Thank you for being here. I really, really, really appreciate the support. Please don't do anything that would make me want to get rid of you. Oh, no, you're good, you're good, you're good. But thank you for dropping in again. How are you doing? Okay. Glad this back on. And let's see. We are slowly but certainly getting this toggle to do how I want it to do. So what I do want to achieve now is over here, coming to this point. Let's add another spot over here. I'm good. I missed yesterday's, and Twitch said I had 24 hours or lose my stream streak, so I was like, hell no. Thank you for dropping in. I really, 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 really appreciate it, and well done on saving your streak. I would have cried if I had to restart again. Oh man. Yeah. I'll be perfectly honest, I still haven't exactly figured out what the streaks award you with as a viewer, aside from clout to say, hey, I've been here often. Toaster, thank you for the save. I shall do just that. Let me just figure out where exactly this needs to sit in order for it to be shaped nicely. Pretty close, I think. Here we go. Oh, channel points. Okay. That is valid. That is totally a valid and good reward. Okay. That's good to know. I had no idea. No idea. I kind of just suddenly noticed one day that, oh, a streak is happening. I have no idea what that means, and I never ended up going to read up on it because I had other priorities at the time. Oh, but thank you for letting me know. I appreciate. Now, save button. There we go. It's the reason I have nearly 15,000 points. Oh my word. That is a lot of points. That is a lot of points. Wow. What can you do with that many points? Aside from making me exercise my butt off. I got 6.4k. Oh wow. 5 push-ups? Yep. I said exercise my butt off and there I get push-ups. Okay, here we go. Push-up time. Thank you, Sishian. Okay. Now it's out the way. Sounds good. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you! Greatly appreciated. That was necessary. Yeah, what else can you guys make me do? A lot of exercises and a lot of custom voice lines. That's what you guys could get out of me at the moment. And hydrate, thank you! Also, very well timed. Thank you, Sishian. So, everyone, courtesy of our dear friend here, let us all acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. And we can make you hydrate? Indeed you can. Indeed you can. Yeah. I think we've got a pretty good selection in the channel point options that won't get me, you know, in copyright trouble with playing in music or doing karaoke's or things like that. But if you guys can think of any others that you would like me to add to the list, please, at any point in time, feel free to make a suggestion and I will consider its viability. Because I'm not a fan of the disruptive sort of alerts and rewards. But if it's something that could be fun and doesn't get us in trouble, VIP. Oh yeah, that's a thing as well. That's a thing as well. What does VIP give a person? Oh yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. I will absolutely forget to take it away if I put it on a timer, though. For when. If I put it on a timer to say, okay, you get VIP for a month, I'm definitely going to forget to take away VIP after a month. Maybe not a best idea for me. Yeah. Yeah, I think at the moment and until further notice, I shall keep VIP status for my own discretion. I will definitely be keeping VIP status for my own discretion because I will forget! I still haven't gotten my streamer bot automations fixed as well, which is eh. Really? There we go. Let's add a little bit more roundness here as well. And definitely need to add more roundness here. I know some artists do a free art thing. If said person gets X amounts of points, it's an idea. I don't know if it will work or not. I will write that one down. Maybe we can do 15-minute sketches on that again, because I don't see myself opening that commission type up again in a hurry. Because for a while that was literally all I got. But if I make it a really expensive point redeem, I will feel better about it, because then it's not something out of nowhere. Maybe. 1 mil points. Well, considering you are already sitting at 15k. I don't know how quickly that you'll amass 1 mil. Because depending on how active one is in chat as well, that also increases the amount of points you get. So it's a if it's expensive and means people have to put effort into your streams, it will be a long time. Yeah, it'll be a long time. Maybe for now, let's put it at 100k or 150k, because that's still doable. if you sub, it speeds up, but not by much. Okay. And I'm going to put in the description. Mission here is supplies. See suitable policy of the game. Clear your X blue sky profile, and I will be in blue. Oh no, 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 no. There you're it in my Discord. Which channel should we use? Let's go with the Archer channel. Cost 150,000. And let's go. Like that. Okay, it's there. It exists. Have at it. Save to your heart's content. Acquire all of the chevrons. My laundry never started. I put that stuff in there about an hour ago. I know that pain. Oh no. I know that. What's worse though is forgetting it after it's finished the load. After it's finished running, and then you've forgotten it in there for like 6 hours, and it's like, oh no, I've never hung it up. I never put it in the dryer. It's all gonna stink. Ow. Ugh. Oh, I hate it when that happens. That's less than fun. It's just sat there. Yeah. Let's think. I think I need another row. Yeah. Yes, that's a good spot for a controller. My towels and daily uniform are in there. Oh no. Oh, Aina. I know. You have my sympathies. That's less than fun. Oh man. That will work. I think. Okay, I think. I'm slowly but certainly getting this arm to look like how I want it to look. At this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this on a slider in here as well. So here it's covering the entire area. Up until there. But at this point, I want that to compress down into here. Copy that and paste. And undo because I've used the wrong kind of copy. Control Shift C, not Control C. Control Shift V, not Control V. Okay. Now, let's come back to this and do some more refinement. Now that we've got the arm making a little bit more sense. Let's base the rest of it of where the arm is. So here, to get the last of this to come out of here, I'm going to actually adjust this. The issue is going to be here. Okay, we are almost. There on this draw. I think we've got it. I think we've got it. Okay, let's ignore the body X because we've still got to make a copy of that sword. We've got it, we've got it, we've got it, we've got it, we've got it. Victory. Now. What I am seeing is that our hilt and pommel are both hopelessly too large. So, let us grab both of those. Alt shift. Scale those down. And pull that in like that. Now, the reason why I'm saying that those are hopelessly too large is because a cutlass is strictly a single-handed weapon. So the hilt is never going to be wider than one hand, really. If I take a measurement roughly of the length between the tip of the nose and the bottom of the chin, that is approximately the length of the width of your hand. And I think I've now got that a lot more in proportion. It's still slightly longer, but I'm fine with that because we're going to still put the knuckle guard on top of that. Okay, and now I think it's time for the rest of my coffee. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. Okay, now I want to see when the cutlass is drawn, how does the physics behave? Granted that presently I think this should be out a little bit more. Let's see. Okay, so in terms of that arm's position, I'm happy with that one. Now let's do the same over here. I want this one to just come out a little bit, just to give a sense of holding balance. So granted that we have not yet got that cutlass inside the starboard arm, which I think is the next thing we need to fix, is actually put that inside the starboard arm. In there. Let's see what happens. Over here. This is why we're going to definitely need a different copy of this sword. There. It looks like it's behaving itself, like how I'd expect it to. This is turning out pretty decent. I'm happy with how it's coming together. I'm pretty happy with how it's coming together. We're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there. Yeah, okay. So now I need to fix the shoulders for the stance. Because at the moment we can see the shoulders peeking through in places we don't want it to. And I haven't yet got the actual flesh of the shoulder, the trapezius muscle, moving the way I want it to either. So that we've still got to address. And then I've just got to draw the hand and put on the knuckle guard. Which I've still got to finish meshing out because it needs a lot of mesh. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Let's think. Undo all of that. And put on the mirror edit. There we go. From here to here. Okay, I know that I'm probably going to need all of this mesh in order for this thing to not have the most disgusting sharp corners everywhere. Where I do not want the sharp corners as I move it around. But man, it's taking a while. Okay. Yeah. If you can see my brain spinning, the gears in my brain spinning, it's currently because my eyes are swimming with all of these dots. Trying to make sense of what I'm seeing. And not get completely lost. Okay, you go there. There we go. There we go. Top half is almost secure. Nearly there. Okay, there we go. That will do the trick. Let's see. Please tell me I'm not the only one whose eyes are swimming here, right? With all of these flame details. Just a little bit. I'm going to save that here. Save. Before anything unexpected happens. While that's busy doing that, I just want to check over here if nothing important has come in. I'm seeing a red dot. Is that ignorable? Not really, it's just the 7-day warning that I've got 2 things that need to be delivered soon and very soon, including this thing. But we will be able to make that. Okay. So, Knuckle Guard goes in a warp deformer. So, this is going to be full. KG starts. Create. And I'm going to start over here, and we're going to work our way backwards. Firstly, clear that and tighten it up. Let's make this 25, 35, and 10, so that I've got enough information for a good amount of warping. because goodness alone knows that this is going to warp a lot. Let's solo that so I can't accidentally do anything stupid. Oh, hold on. It is folding behind. Yay, it's folding behind. Okay, that gives me scope to work with. Except for the fact that it's got corners appearing in strange places. Okay, so we have learned things. Copy. Paste. We try this again. Start over here. Reduce that down to 3 points. And view over there. And view over there. And view over there. Adjust down. Okay. Now, if I do So now, what I need to figure out is why that section is jumping in front. Actually, no. I'm not going to do it this way. I'm not going to do it this way because it overcomplicates things. So, we return here. Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my pommel, copy, paste. I'm going to scale it up, approximately like so, and set its opacity down to 0. And I'm going to lock that on here. The knuckle guard. Thank you. Well, let's save. Thank you, Toaster. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. Let's see. this, we're going to link onto that pommel. The laundry is now in the dryer. Sadly, I still have to wait. Oh man. But it's in the dryer. That's a big step ahead of where it was a little earlier. So, yay. Undo, undo. Undo. Move that up. I need a bigger circle for this job. Okay. I knew I was going to need a mask, and I didn't make one. You know what? Okay. I knew I was going to need it. Okay, so let's take this down from 4 to like 2. Should be okay. Yeah, that should be okay. At the moment, I'm just kind of proof of concepting how I'm going to put this entire thing together. Okay. We are getting there. What we've got in this proof of concept is working like how I want it to work so far. So if I get a mask that is the right shape and in the right place, and I want to do a copy of this and paste. and we name this blade KG mask. KG mask. There we go. Okay. Now I grab that. Stick that on like that. Roughly. And I go grab all of my points. Oh man, now I just expanded the entire thing. Ugh. Not what I wanted to do. Want to grab that though. Pull it into here. Let's just scale this up a bit more. Okay, almost almost there. Okay, you know how I narrowed this slot? I think that was a mistake. I narrowed this slot yesterday and I think that was a mistake. Look at what it's doing to perspective. Noted, noted. This is going on a whole roundabout because it's not in the right place. So this needs to come down. Into there. Okay. Let's just look and make sure that I'm not completely insane yet. ignoring the fact that it currently folds in and out of existence. Okay. Nearly there, nearly there, nearly there. Okay. So. Two things. And that means I'm gonna need to write one more list. I need to make mask layers for the knuckle guard. I need to make shadow layers for the sleeves. I need to make a support belt for the scabbard. Because it actually wants a second anchor point as well, a little bit lower down the length of the scabbard, with another belt that should look like it's wrapping behind, because otherwise it doesn't make sense for it to be hanging at that angle. I need to draw hand layers for palm open forward to grip tilt. I need palm down grip fist. I need palm forward. Which are only going to be seen very, very briefly, but they're still going to be seen. Then what else do I need to do? Physics on sleeves. Shoulder stance corrections. outfit, shoulder, stance, corrections, we're getting there. We're getting there. One thing that I don't think is happening is I don't think the tail's actually following the body x-axis. Are they? They are. Okay. I thought they weren't. But they are. Okay, never mind that then. Beyond that, I just need to check what the setup was on my Wings for Physics version. Alternatively, we'll figure out what control mechanism she will use for the wings. At a later stage. I just want to see over here. Okay. Wing mechanic check. Is emote gesture. Because those are the three basic ideas we can roll with in terms of how to control the wings, is that they're either going to move with physics or they're going to move with the ears like an emotion, like how mine used to go, but that was so huge and all over the show. Or there is a third option, which is to actually clip those to the hand tracking in VTube Studio. So, we'll see which works, or which works for Cheeky specifically. And yeah. I think we are just about there for the day, because I am rapidly feeling my brain juice reach its end of my daily supply. So the 4 items on my to-do list have subsequently exploded into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items. One of which has got 3 sub-items. But we're getting places. We're getting places. And I am happy. This was a significant chunk of the deal to get right, is to get the blade and scabbard interaction to look good. There's still a bug. There's always yet another bug. think we're just about there. Save button. If I'm lucky, I'll manage to not destroy it when I work on this again tomorrow. Yeah. I think that was a significant victory, is getting that movement functional. Kind of takes a while to drop back down though. Like, I would expect that to be down about there already. Yeah, that looks a bit better. It wants to drop quickly. Okay, maybe not that quickly though. That's on 75. Let's put that on 85. Yeah, otherwise I'm really happy with how it's coming down, how it's come together so far. I will keep plugging away at all of the last little to-dos that are now on the list, but we've managed arguably one of the harder parts. So just like last time, I am going to pick the easiest things to handle first and get those in place. And I just want to see exactly. I'll need the top of the hand that they're going to see there, all through there. So what I'm just going to quickly give myself doodles to work with. In terms of what hand shapes I need. So we need open, facing, palm facing forward, grip, like that. Okay, so I need four. I need 4 shapes. I need 4 shapes. Okay. We can handle that. Just to rotate that. Okay. I am happy with progress. I'm happy with progress. Guys, thank you for joining me for this day. We've plowed through some complicated brain work, I think. Getting all of these finicky little pieces to actually interact with each other in a way that is working. I am extremely relieved about how the arm is working. It was probably what I was most anxious about, is how the arm was going to behave. But I'm pretty happy with how it's going. We'll see exactly how the rest of it plays out when we've got the knuckle guard in place. But overall, I'm really, really happy. What I am going to do, because I can at this point in time, is I can come over here and I can come to the sword. I'm going to clear that because it's not actually functional. And I'm going to clear that because we don't actually need it. Put those in there, because they do not belong with the sword, they belong with the scabbard. Like that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy, yes, collapse, paste, okay. And now this plot, why is it 2 scabbard stances? That's not what I wanted. That block goes away. Yes. This one. This one. Is gonna come over here. I'm gonna call this cutlass sheath. Cutlass S rotation. But I can just identify. Yeah, we're going to clear that. Collapse all of that because I don't need it. What I'm looking for is this. So now I find this one and drop it inside there. No, drop that inside there. Okay. Now here, what's going to happen is we're going to add 2 keys, put 1 on 1, and put this opacity on 0. And this one on 0. Okay. Then we're going to grab this other one. Create a warp, cutlass viz, create, add 2 keyforms, put 1 1, add, come down to 0, put this one on 0. Okay. So then that should smoothly transition. There we go. And that outside should smoothly wobble. Okay. And with that, we are significantly closer to the finish line. Squeeze! Okay, happiness there. Okay, I'm feeling better now that I don't have to duplicate that, knowing that we are ready to do the thing. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Alright. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I really, 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 really appreciate it. We got a lot done. Today has been Thursday, which means that there will not be any more streams before Sunday. But I will let you guys know on the socials what milestones I hit and reach as I plug through the rest of the to-do list. So if all goes well, Cheeky will be ready to import into YouTube Studio by Sunday. That's what I'm going to aim for. I know I've got an appointment on Saturday. I do not know how much of my capacity that is going to take in terms of hours. So I'm going to do as much tomorrow as I personally possibly can. It's gonna be a day. So we'll see exactly how far we get with that. My goal will be to get this thing to the point where we can start taking it into YouTube Studio for final tests on Sunday. That's my target. And yeah, we shall conquer little bits at a time. And we will have this ready for delivery come the due date. So I am happy. I am happy. Reminds me, I still need to make a post about price increases on my socials as well for fair warning across the board, because I'm pretty sure I have not yet done that. I need to make a graphic. Okay. Because yeah, people don't read text, so it needs to be on a picture. Otherwise, they're not going to notice it. But we'll get there. We'll make it work. I'm really happy with how far we got. Like, really significantly happy that we've made good, strong progress. So, yay! Just hitting the save button on the Clip Studio side as well in the background, which you can't see. So that's why I'm jittery at the moment. And yeah, we are doing well. We're doing well. Oh wait. I've got another thing that has a deadline for Saturday that I need to do tomorrow. Otherwise, it's not a thing in the queue, but it's something that I need to have done by Saturday. So I'll see how much I can get done tomorrow. But I am going to need to take at least 2 hours out of the day to focus on that other little thing. So let me tie a knot in my tail about that one. Anything else? I've got a your character here that I also need to do relatively swiftly as well, so that needs to happen. That's the other thing that's due on the same day as Cheeky. Yeah, we're good. We're gonna survive. We're gonna make it. We're happy. And then yeah, after that, we're gonna have 1 day's break where we do something else, and then we resume with work on the Cheeky model, the tail model as well, to get that one thoroughly down the line. It has so many ruffles. I'm still in ruffle drawing, or pleat drawing prison at the moment. So many ruffles. So many ruffles. But we'll make it. We'll make it. It's gonna be cool when it's done. As well, there were a couple of hidden extras that I wanted to throw in there, but if I want to be able to deliver it by Teo's birthday, I might need to tone down my personal wishes to print it out on the thing a little bit. The little secret surprises. But yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. So. Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? Yeah, I think we're there. I think we're there. Brain juice is empty. Okay. good night, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. I shall see you on Sunday. Keep your eyes on my socials to get updates on what exactly is going on. I will try to get a post out before Tuesday regarding the price increases so that you guys are informed about all that is coming on that front. I also need to actually plan what those increases are going to look like. So make sure to get any funding in order if possible, if you want to still make or still take advantage of this year's prices, to get your name in the queue. Yes, it might mean that the production pipeline might get a little bit longer than usual for the people taking advantage of that what is basically going to be not quite as special, but just taking advantage of things before they take the hike. But if you get your name in, you still get the old pricing, even if I only actually get to working on your thing in the new year. So just be mindful of that, prepare yourselves accordingly, get your names in the queue so that we can get you onboarded and in the pipeline on the old pricing before I increase it. Okay. And yeah, I shall see you all on Sunday. So then, everyone, thank you so much. Rest well when you get to it, and until next time, cheery bye.